I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black?
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times, we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson, and I will be your moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is a network for business leaders, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and innovators. My name again is RJ Stevenson. I'm the creator and CEO of the Creative Concepts, Production, and Design. I'm your business moderator. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Your first speaker for this afternoon is me, RJ Stevenson. I'm so glad to come before you and talk to you today about something that will help every business owner, CEO, and small business leader. We're going to talk about 3 bad habits for branding. Yeah, the 3 most common bad habits for branding. Now, you may be asking, why in the world are we talking about 3 bad habits for branding? I thought all I needed for a brand was a good logo, a nice motto or tagline, and a good website. Well, those things are definitely necessary for your brand image to excel in the industry. However, there are some things that can be done during your branding process that will really hurt your business rather than help. And I'm here today to share with you about the 3 most common bad habits of branding. How did I come upon this information? Well, I'm a branding specialist with Creative Concepts, Production, and Design. For over 20 years, I've helped to develop the brand and market image of high-level personalities, institutions, businesses, organizations, nonprofits, and organizations all over the world. It's been that experience that has helped me to know what works in branding and what doesn't work so well in branding. And I'm thankful to be able to give this opportunity to teach you the 3 most common mistakes in branding your business. All right, are you ready? You may want to take this moment to go ahead and share this with someone who needs to know, or get you a paper and pen because we're going to class today, okay? The first thing I want to tell you about the first most common mistake in branding a business is having a brand image that does not complement your mission. Having a brand image that does not complement your mission. Now we got to talk about these definitions. What is a brand image? A brand image or a brand mark is what most people consider a logo. Yeah, that one image that is supposed to tell everybody a symbolism of what your brand is about. It should be simple stated. It shouldn't need a whole lot of words to explain what it is. But a lot of times we find in the branding and graphic design business that a lot of businesses just don't have a good logo or brand image. What is the difference between the two? Glad you asked. A brand mark is something that's simply stated that by itself, without anything added, lets everyone know who you are. That leads to this word called consistency. I often refer back to this one popular brand mark that everybody can relate to and identify. Those two golden French fries in the sky. Yep, that's right. The McDonald's brand image. Did you know that it just wasn't an M? That's two golden French fries. Why would McDonald's use two golden French fries? Because it identifies a level of expectation of excellence, service, and consistency for their client base. Yeah, they don't have crinkly fries at McDonald's. They have straight golden French fries. They're not going to have Cajun fries at McDonald's. They're going to have straight golden French fries. They're not going to tell you to add French fries to McFlurries like my kids used to do after school. French fries and ice cream, I don't know why it works. I guess it's the sweet and the salty put together. They're going to give you straight golden French fries. Why? Because they're McDonald's. And that's a brand staple that they've become known for. And because they're consistent and intentional about producing golden French fries, what better mark for their brand than golden French fries? And throughout the ages, throughout the years, throughout the decades of their business, guess what? They've never changed their brand mark of golden French fries. Now, there have been other logos that they've used from time to time. You may be familiar with the Ronald McDonald House, a sister organization that is a nonprofit arm of what they do to provide services for young children and families. But you've never seen a Ronald McDonald sign on a McDonald's. You may have seen the logo used on the inside as a character or a mascot, but the thing that's consistent about every McDonald's are those golden arches up at the top of that sign. All right? Why? Because their brand mark complements their mission and vision. Their brand mark indicates that it is the quality and consistency of their food that makes them a staple brand in the industry. And believe it or not, because they're so good at it and so consistent with it, they're recognized not just in the United States of America, but worldwide. You can go to Japan and see the same golden arches. You can go to Russia and see the same golden arches. Why? Because they've identified a brand mark that can be consistent for who they are in the industry. Yeah. So the first thing I want to remind you or tell you as the first common mistake of bad branding is developing a brand mark that is not consistent or complement with your mission and vision. What would be a bad brand mark? Well, for the sake of not calling anybody out, I'm not going to say anything specific, but imagine a hospital. What is a hospital known for? A hospital is known for being a place that produces health. A hospital is a place that is supposedly a partner with the community. A hospital is a place where you could go and see passion for people. So imagine a hospital using a puppy as its brand mark, right? If it was a veterinary hospital, that might make sense. But a hospital serving people with a puppy as the brand mark just gives the wrong kind of message. Believe it or not, the CEO of a hospital may have this a puppy named Fido at home or a puppy named Rocky at home. That's been their puppy for a long time, and their family loves that puppy. But just because there's passion attached to the image of a puppy doesn't mean that that puppy is the best brand mark to identify their business. So sometimes in business, you have to make decisions based on what complements your mission and vision rather than just having an image that you like. So keep that in mind when developing your brand image, that your brand mark should definitely complement your mission and vision of your industry. Yeah. What's the first bad mistake in branding? Having a brand mark that does not complement your business. Man, I'm glad I got that out of the way. Them's golden arches are starting to make me hungry. It's lunchtime. The second most common brand mistake is this: misrepresenting your brand on social media. Ooh, I know that might have hit sort of hard. What do I mean by misrepresenting your brand on social media? You know, social media is a very interesting animal, right? We call it an animal because we really don't know how it's going to flow. One day the algorithms go to the left, one day the algorithms go to the right. And if you're not careful, you'll use social media in a way that it was never intended and not get the results that you want. What do I mean by misrepresenting your brand on social media? Well, the thing about social media is it's supposed to be social. It identifies and works best off of identifying and following trends. Well, every trend isn't good for your business. So, there's all these challenges that we find out about on social media, on TikTok, which flows over to Instagram and definitely flows over to Facebook. Well, sometimes you got to be careful about what information you put out there for the general public to see. Because guess what? As a business owner, normally you are the first brand. As a business owner, if you're a designer and you design fashion and design clothes, people are going to first look at what you're wearing to decide whether or not they're going to participate in your fashion or your styling. So if I find out that your name is the brand of your company, if I Google your name, I know you want me to find the company page, but I'm also going to find your profile. And when I find your profile, I know that's your own personal business. I know that you choose to go where you want to go and you choose to wear what you want to wear. But guess what? As a small business or corporation owner, you are that brand. And a lot of the things that we might see on your social media may be a little bit confusing about the mission and vision of your brand. And so when I go to your branding website, does what you show on your website, those stock images you may have chosen just to get started and never went back to replace them with actual images that complement your brand, does the stuff that's on your social media misrepresent your brand? Think about this. Think about a person who tagged your brand in their own personal post. They tagged your brand. You're excited because this is going to allow their network and their contacts to find out about the goods and services and products that you have to offer. But the language that they use might not be well received by all communities. Man, that's a major misrepresentation of your brand. That means that a person may associate the message that that person said and how that person said it with what your brand represents. How do you fix that? Glad you asked. You might want to make certain that on your social media, you use the setting that allows you to approve posts to be tagged and added to your pages. That way, you can be responsible for the things and messages that are associated with your brand. Maybe you've used a certain material in your clothing if you're a designer, or a certain material in the process of developing your products that all people might not be welcoming of. There are organizations that are out there looking and combing through to make sure that certain animals are protected, that certain plants are protected. And your brand may have used a item or a texture or a piece of fabric or a material that may have been sort of harmful to certain people. You want to make certain that if that is to happen, that you do damage control quickly, that you make sure that you disassociate your brand from anything that might be damaging. I mean, listen, I'm a church boy, all right? And I'm not here to preach, but I will give an example, right? There are certain individuals that show clips and stuff from their churches that will make everybody never want to attend. Man, imagine inviting somebody to your family reunion and your cousin and them put up a post about your family reunion that will make your company feel not so comfortable if they came along with you. Let me tell you how I'm talking about. You know what it used to be like when people would call your house phone, remember house phones, and your mama would pick up that house phone and say something to your friend that might embarrass you? That's what I mean by having situations that misrepresent your brand. You want to make certain that as you've done all you could to make sure that your clientele clearly understands your messaging, clearly understands your mission and your vision of your company, that there's not anything out there that misrepresents you in the public eye. Think about our public figures, athletes, politicians, people in government, people who represent your community. They have to be so careful not to say anything or do anything that misrepresents not only their brand and their name, but the communities that they represent as well. Sometimes, because they represent people on a larger scale than them, they even have to shift the way they make certain statements or be very intentional about the words and the nomenclature that they use, that they don't offend anyone as they're speaking. Think about that. How many people do you know that have had their brands canceled or misrepresented by one bad soundbite? Whew. Imagine how many times you've seen someone on social media take a bad picture or in a bad pose or be mentioned with the wrong people and cause you no longer want to be associated with them, no longer want to follow them or trend with them. It takes a long time to build a valuable brand. But guess what? It takes a very short time to tear it all the way apart. So what are the two things that I've already told you are the biggest mistakes when it comes to your brand? One, having a brand image or a brand mark that does not complement your brand. And two, the second thing is allowing your brand to be misrepresented in the public eye. Those are two very simple things. And I know you may be like, why are we talking about the three most common things that misrepresent your brand or bad branding? Man, because branding is something that's necessary to develop consistency in business. Now, this next thing I'm going to tell you is the last thing I'm going to share today about bad branding habits. And it's something that's very technical towards the design industry. I know. I'm a Photoshop guy. And if you're not using the industry standard Photoshop, I'm pretty hard on you. If you send me some work that was done by another designer and you can't send me a PSD file, I might not necessarily say anything to you, but you're going to definitely be able to read my facial expressions from the beginning of the conversation to the end, right? How about this? Here's your last tip on bad branding habits. Make certain that the font type you use complements the style of your brand. Yeah. Make certain that the font type you use complements the style of your brand. You might not even know what a font type is. Let me tell you what a font type is. Everybody remembers this. Well, maybe everybody. I'm probably going to date myself with this statement. Do you remember when all we used to use was Times New Roman? Oh, it's classic. Times New Roman with the nice curved edges. Ooh, the sharp lines. I mean, Times New Roman was what everybody used. If you read a book, it was Times New Roman. If you saw a flyer, it was Times New Roman. If you wrote a paper in school, it had to be Times New Roman. What else was about that Times New Roman? It had to be what? 12-point font. That's right. That was the standard. Times New Roman and 12-point font. Well, at a certain place in my design career, all I used was Times New Roman because that's all I knew. Then I started finding out about other font types. Let me see. What are my favorites? Edwardian script. Ooh, Edwardian script just took it to another level because, I happen to have grown up in a time and season where we actually learned how to write in cursive. And because learning how to write in cursive took my communication to another level, when I found out about Edwardian script, ooh, that cursive lines, man, it just did something to me. So I started off with pairing Times New Roman with Edwardian script. Then, when I moved from handwriting and word processing over to Microsoft Word, I found out about this other font type called Arial. Remember Arial? Arial used to be the default font on Microsoft Word. Man, Arial had those smooth lines. It didn't have the extra stuff. I'll call it stuff now. I'll tell you what it is later. It didn't have the extra stuff that Times New Roman had. It didn't seem as classic. It was more contemporary, but it wasn't as cursive as Edwardian script. So Arial became my thing. Think about that. The combination of Times New Romans, Edwardian script, and Arial, man, I knew 3 fonts and I thought I was doing something. Until I started doing some design work and I would show people the flyer and I would ask them to read it. Man, there was so much text on the flyer that it overpowered all the images. Oh, yeah. There was so much information on the flyer. The who, what, when, where, why, and then a whole novel of a description under it. Then you got to talk about parking. Then you got to talk about tickets. Then you got to talk about, you got a whole bio of the individual who's up there. I just didn't know no better. Let me tell you. As I'm talking you through this third bad habit of branding, using fonts that do not complement your brand image, let me tell you, there were a lot of things that I needed to know about the theory of design. It was more than having access to Photoshop. It's more than being able to pull up a program and make a nice picture. Listen, if you have a design that is a staple image, you got to understand what the design is for. Are you communicating about an event? Are you communicating about the image or motto or mission of a brand? If so, you want to go back to English class and be reminded that your teacher tried to teach you about being clear and concise with your messages. Yes, clear and concise. That's the third C word. Now we've had consistency. We've had clear and concise. Man, if somebody had told me that about branding and design earlier on, I would have been so much further along in my career. Because think about this. I design billboards. You're driving by a billboard in your car. You look up at this billboard, and as a business owner or marketing executive, you put so much budget into that billboard. You had to figure out exactly which billboard location would work good for you. You try to figure out what was the best billboard for the number of impressions, how many people drove by the billboard at noontime, how many people saw the billboard during the day. But if you put too much information on that billboard, nobody will ever read it. That's right. When we talk about design, you really have about 5 seconds of impression for a design. Yep. Normally when I'm working on designs and I'm making sure that I'm doing a good job, I ask somebody to look at the design, close their eyes, look up, and tell me what's the first thing they saw. The first thing that a person sees in the design should be the primary message. Is the primary message the title or topic of your event? Is the primary message the name of your company? What is the most priority message that you want someone to see from that design? That's called your priority message. And if I close my eyes and look at your design initially, and I don't see your primary message jumping out at me, you might want to reconsider the elements that you've added to this design. All right. Your primary message determines your major font type on your design. Yep. So watch this. We used McDonald's as an example before. Let's use McDonald's again. Do you remember what the McDonald's logo looks like? It's those golden arches. Now, think about it. Do you remember what comes under those golden arches? You got a red square and the word McDonald's. And guess what? The font that's used for that word McDonald's and the color that's used for that word McDonald's is the same anytime you see it. You've never seen a McDonald's sign that comes with the word McDonald's in a different size. It's always consistent, clear, and concise. Yep. That McDonald's font type does not change. If you see the word McDonald's translated into Japanese, guess what? It's going to have that same font type. It's going to have that same font size, and it's going to have that same font color because they have been consistent about their brand. All right. So the thing that you want to do is identify your primary branding font. All right. If that primary branding font is something that you're going to be consistent in, it should probably be the font you use to type your name, your brand name out in your logo image. Yeah. You look above my head. It says Black Business Network. As often as I've seen Black Business Network on any of the designs for our network, guess what? It's consistent. You're always going to see Black Business Network in the font you see above. It's not going to deviate. It's not going to change. You know why? Because Dr. Eric Kelly III was intentional about branding the Black Business Network. Why is that so important? Because by the time you've seen the Black Business Network and you've heard, I am Black Business, from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed at night, I am Black Business. How do I remember that? Because it's consistent, clear, and concise messaging. I know that when I come to the Black Business Network, I better wear something that coordinates with the colors black, red, and white. Why? Because those are the branded colors of the Black Business Network. And guess what? If you ever get an opportunity to see Dr. Eric Kelly III, guess what he's probably going to be wearing? Red, black, and white. Why? Because he recognizes that he is the first branding element of the Black Business Network. He's been intentional, he's been concise, he's been clear, and committed to his messaging. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The 3 basic bad habits of branding is: 1, you want to make sure that your logo or your brand mark complements your business. You might want to go back and reconsider. I know. The second most common bad habit for business branding is you want to make certain that you're not misrepresenting your brand on social media. Yeah, it happens that way sometimes. The third thing you want to do to make sure that you don't have bad habits in branding is choose a consistent font type that complements your brand. Now, I know that some of you may be challenged by what I just said because, you went on Canva and you made this nice font. You made this nice brand image. You've got it on your business cards. Man, you've got it on your clothes. You've got your polo shirts done with your brand and you're proud of it. And I applaud you because it takes a lot to build a brand. But I still want you to consider that your brand mark needs to be complementary to your brand. I still want you to consider that what you put on your social media needs to not misrepresent your brand. And I want you to consider them 3 font types, that primary, that secondary, and that third font type. I want you to make sure that they're consistently used in your brand. Now, I know I've given you 3 things to consider, and I wouldn't come here and pose a problem to you and not provide you with a solution. Creative concepts, production, and design is your solution for specializing in branding. All right. Let me take a moment to sit down with you and take your brand to the next level. We offer film, we offer design, we offer photos, we offer websites that can take your brand image to the next level. Oh, I've had the opportunity to do some major business when it comes to developing the brand and marketing image for companies, persons, and businesses throughout the world. But I want to help you. I want to help you as a Black business owner allow your brand to be seen in the same market viability as your competitors. I recently transitioned back to North Carolina. One of the first things I was able to do here in the business community is to attend a meeting, a procurement meeting, with what was called the Hub. Here in North Carolina, it's referred to as historically underserved business. Hub. I was able to go to a meeting and find out about how my business can be certified as a historically underserved business. Now, because I'm a Black man and the owner of my business, I qualify for that level of certification. But here's what I want to say to Black business owners. Just because your business is owned by a Black person doesn't mean that it should be less branded in the business world. What does that mean? There are rules to this industry. There are best case scenarios to your industry. There are best practices to your industry. And as people who are coming up see you as a subject matter expert in your industry, they need to know that you've done your due diligence in developing a consistent and intentional brand. Let me help you. Let me help you draw people to your brand, to your business, to learn about your product and services by helping you develop a clear, concise, and consistent brand image. Is there something that you say on a consistent basis? Maybe that should be the model for your brand, but only use it as a model or tagline if it complements the brand that you're consistent in. All right. I would love to help you. You can find me at www.thecreativesuite.com. And I know you're like, the word creative is not spelled with the K. Well, guess what? I use the letter K as a part of my brand. The name of my company is Creative Concepts, Production and Design. Guess what makes me different from others? That when you spell creative, you use a K. When you spell concepts, you use a K. Those are things that have always been a part of my brand since I developed this brand back in 2002. Man, and guess what? Because of that, I've been consistent, clear, and concise about what I've tried to do as I branded my company. I want to help you. You can email me at creativeconcepts with K's at gmail.com. You can also find out more about what I do in the branding and production and design world at rjstevenson.com. Now, let's go back over this class. What are the things we learned today? The 3 most common bad habits of branding. 1, making certain that your logo or your brand mark complements your brand. 2, making certain that you don't misrepresent yourself on social media. And thirdly, making certain that your font type and font choice complements your branding image. Man, this is amazing. One of my friends is here on social media, and he makes this comment. Elton Benjamin, he says, LinkedIn is your skill set display. Facebook and Instagram is your real life. Represent yourself well. People are watching. Thank you so much. You'd be surprised how many people are out here misrepresenting themselves, how many brands misrepresent themselves. And then when you show up, they're not who they say they are. Man, be consistent, clear, and concise with your branding image. I'm so thankful to have had this opportunity to share about this topic, the 3 most common bad habits in branding, here on the Black Business Network. Now, the Black Business Network is a network for business leaders, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States of America. But what we're doing is doing our best to provide scholarships and laptops for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Geniuses Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Cheney Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA. My name is RJ Stevenson, the CEO and founder of Creative Concepts Production and Design. I'm now relocated to North Carolina and would love an opportunity to earn your business. Thank you so much for following me and watching me present 3 Bad Habits of Business Branding. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Could you live without income for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe even 5 years? You might be thinking, well, that's a silly question. Well, is it? What if some medical event occurs in your life where you no longer can be the superstar in your household and generate that income? Or what about a planned event where your income comes to a sudden stop? Perhaps your employment has been terminated, or your business has ceased operating? Are you prepared with a backup financial income? Or what about those voluntary events in life where you decide it's time to disconnect, perhaps retire, stop working? Do you have a backup income plan or something in place? I'm Sabrina Projic, your financial coach, helping you develop an income plan. Your financial tomorrow depends on what you do today.
Connect with me for a bright and secure financial future.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I am passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong belief in the power of community, I don't just lead a company, I lead a movement into the future of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be your guide on this remarkable journey. I am David Jones, and together, we will embrace a future marked by success, collaboration, and the transformative work we do at the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping everyone live life optimally. So, let's make that pivot together and start living life optimally today.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Could you live without income for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe even 5 years? You might be thinking, Well, that's a silly question. Well, is it? What if some medical event occurs in your life where you no longer can be the superstar in your household and generate that income? Or what about a planned event where your income comes to a sudden stop? Perhaps your employment has been terminated or your business has ceased operating. Are you prepared with a backup financial income? Or what about those voluntary events in life where you decide it's time to disconnect, perhaps retire, stop working? Do you have a backup income plan or something in place? I'm Sabrina Protic, your financial coach, helping you develop an income plan. Your financial tomorrow depends on what you do today.
Connect with me for a bright and secure financial future.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good. But The best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
My friend, my brother is with us, RJ Stevenson. He is a trailblazer in music, media, and ministry. For over 20 years, he has helped develop and establish the national branding images of businesses, institutions, nonprofit organizations, and high-profile personalities. He's a successful church planter. He has been blessed to serve as a preacher, a presenter, and a speaker at various conferences and conventions across the globe. He has established several successful churches and ministries under the brand The Infinity Church in Raleigh, North Carolina, Conway, Arkansas, and currently in Tampa, Florida. Stevenson's insight in media and evangelism caused ministry to soar during the season of a pandemic.
The church has left the building
by embracing a hybrid model that served both physical and digital ministry partners. We are excited to have this man of God to come before us. We're going to yield this platform into the hands of Pastor Stevenson that he may give us further instructions, further directives at this time.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome again to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson, CEO of Creative Concepts Production and Designs. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to inspire, empower, and educate businesses about business. Our next keynote speaker this afternoon is Shadana Mo McFall. She's a visionary and dedicated leader, blending her 20 years of Air Force service with a deep commitment to community. With a creative flair, she channels her passion into marketing, media, and public relations, striving to make a positive impact wherever she goes. Her heart of gold shines through in all her endeavors. Why don't you welcome to the Black Business Olympics, Shadana Mo McFall.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
Good. I pulled out my camera and was taking a video. I video everything.
Welcome to the Black Business Olympics. We're so glad to have you here with us this afternoon.
I am happy to be here.
So Shadana, everybody knows you as Mo. All right. Yeah. I came back to Fayetteville a little while ago, Fayetteville, North Carolina, and everywhere I look, Mo here, Mo there, Mo everywhere. Tell a little bit about who you are and what you do here.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, my name is Shadana Mo McFall. I am a native of Fayetteville. I did 20 years in the military and moved back here in 2016. So I've been back for about 8 years. And what I do now, I do marketing and media and public relations. I am that connector. I'm that person who goes everywhere. So I tell people I go so you can know. I have a radio show on WIDU that I do every Monday at 10 a.m. I have a new podcast, Mo Knows Love and Money. Do a little social media marketing. But my heart is, like I said, public relations. I tell people my job is to make sure that the people that need you know you.
So tell us about the business of public relations. I'm a branding strategist, marketing guy, designer. But there's a lot of difference between those things and what public relations is. So can you be more specific about the business of public relations?
Yeah, so I just, real easy, I make you look good to the public. And really that's what it says it in his name, public relationships. So I tell people in order to be good at public relations, you have to be good at private relationships. So and I say this, and like a politician, going out shaking hands and kissing babies, it's a lot of it is community engagement, but a lot of it too is the marketing, the media, the news, the newspapers, the radio. It's just how people see you in the public, how you're viewed in the public's eye. Like, with marketing, you tell the people what you wanted to do, but with public relations, people form their own opinion about you based on what you put out there. So you can't really control, you can control what you put out there, but you can't control how people take it.
So you were previously in the military, you served in the Air Force. What did you do in the military, if you don't mind asking?
Yes, absolutely. So my primary job is what they call information management, knowledge operations. So it was always my job to get the right people, the right information at the right times to make the right decisions. So I took that skill set and maneuvered it over to the marketing, the media, and public relations, because basically that's all it is. And during my time in the military, I was able to work in maintenance squadrons, in public affairs, in intel squadrons. I did some religious support. So even in big corporations, everybody has an admin, everybody has HR, everybody has that paperwork piece. So that's what I did in the military. When you're new to the base, making sure you have somewhere to stay, making sure you have a sponsor, making sure when you get to the squadron, your email works, making sure you know where you need to be. So that's basically what it was a lot to it, because you're the commander's right hand. You're the people who did the paperwork, make sure you had your awards and decorations, make sure you got promoted, make sure you got to your dentist appointments, your PT test, all of the things that you needed to do for your career. We help manage it. We help make sure that you know where you had to go.
So talk about the transition from being in the military over to the private sector as a public relations specialist. What was that like? What made you want to dive into public relations after your military career?
So after my military career, I actually started a nonprofit called Most Heroes, where I help homeless veterans get back on their feet and transition to service members, not to become homeless veterans. So, here in Fayetteville, we have a large homeless population. We have a large veteran population. But with that being said, we have a lot of help. So with there being so much help, it was just like, it's kind of getting lost in the sauce. And I went over to the community college. I was using my GI Bill. And my counselor was like, well, Mo, you did all this great marketing, media, and public relations for your nonprofit. Why don't you start a business and do it for other nonprofits and other transition to service members? And that's kind of how the Mo You Know was born. This was like in 2018. So last week, we actually celebrated our 6th anniversary with the Welcome to Cumberland County Mixer. So the transition, I tell people all the time, I feel like I've been on a Cumberland County boot camp. Because when I got back, I was like, well, I'm from Fayetteville. I've been running these Cumberland County streets since I was 15 years old, So I thought it was going to be easier than it actually was. But still did it, still, was very obedient, still very disciplined. And I went and did the things that God told me to do, went and talked to the people he told me to talk to. And here we are.
Wow, that's an amazing story. Being in Fayetteville, North Carolina, is a different place than any other place I've ever lived in my life. Okay?
Yeah.
I grew up in Goldsboro, and the 45-mile distance between Goldsboro and Fayetteville is just different. All right. What have you seen as some strong opportunities or some strong challenges to doing PR here in this area?
So I'll start with the opportunities. Like you said, Fayetteville is different. One of the reasons why Fayetteville is so different, we're home to Fort Liberty, formerly known as Fort Bragg, where we have people from all over the world coming and going every day. So that's one of the major strengths we've had here in Fort Bragg, Fort Liberty. People still say, people who were stationed at Fort Bragg, this Fort Liberty thing just happened last year. So some people even refuse to say it. So if I slip up, blame it on my head, not my heart. I'm a habitual rule follower. So I was in the Air Force, so I was never stationed there. So it means something to me. But like the diehard Fort Braggers, they were like, I retired from Bragg. I don't know what this is. But yeah, those are some of the main opportunities. We have the people coming and going all of the time, and especially for business owners, because we have the transient nature of Fort Liberty. A lot of times people don't want to market to them. They know they get paid the 1st and the 15th. So they'll market to you the 1st and the 15th. But what I always tell people, like, you have people coming TDY. You have people, the number one reason the tourism or people come to Fayetteville is to visit their military members. Are you marketing to them? Are you marketing to those service members who are here just a couple of weeks, a couple of months for school? Because everybody, they're not going to be here. Who cares? You better care, because they're here and they need something to do.
What's been the difference that you've seen between how the general public or citizens see public relations compared to those who are in the military? Is there a different way that you have to attract military-minded people to events and public relations?
Yeah, I believe so. And I'm just with anything, speaking their language. No matter who you talk to, you gotta speak the language. You gotta say the things that they want to hear, the things that are going to attract them. Just like I just left one of my clients, Seven Horseman Billiards. We're going to be doing some radio advertising, and there's 4 different stations with this particular company that you can choose from. So with that being billiards, we went with the military station that had the audience. So making sure that you are speaking to the audience that you're trying to attract. That's been the biggest the biggest thing for me, because a lot of times, you may or may not know, the jargon is so different. They're used to things that you say in the military. That's one of the things they tell people. All that military jargon, leave it alone, because civilians don't understand it. And when people don't understand it, they undervalue it, they devalue it, and they don't do anything with it. So being clear and making sure that we're on the same page and speaking the same language, just like if you were to go to a foreign country, if you don't understand what those people are saying, or if they don't understand what you're saying, you're not going to get anywhere.
So let's talk about that. Let's dive in a little deeper. One thing I've noticed as I moved across the country is that communities have a problem with communication. When you move into a new area, you sort of don't know anything about the area until you run into the right person who might give you in Tampa. You had to be sort of connected to these 5 group me's in order to find out what's going on in the city. The newspaper for that community, you have some people who fool with the newspaper, some people who ain't studying the newspaper. So how have you found it being at the center of communication? What tips can you give Black businesses about how to communicate with the general public?
So I'm glad you asked that question, because that is my specialty, or I like to think it's my specialty. One of the things, and I heard it in the commercial, one of the ladies was talking about just showing up. We all have our phones, marketing, text messaging, we're always looking down, we have our phones. But being in the room, being in the right rooms with the right opportunities, that's going to change the game for you. And sometimes as we get older, we're like, we're kind of stuck in our ways. Fayetteville, I know you've heard this, I'm just going to use Fayetteville because we're here. Oh, Fayetteville is cliquish, it's this, is that. And it sounds like Tampa, it was too, if you have 5 different things that you had to be a part of. And I tell people all the time, everywhere you go is going to be like that. Find your clique, find your tribe, find your people, your like-minded, like-hearted people, and work with them. You don't have to be BFFs, but if y'all have the same mission, the same vision, the same desires, you can do business. And a lot of times we get so caught up in our personal feelings. Oh, we was beefing in the 3rd grade, or it's all kind of silly. I'm telling you what I know. I'm joking, but I've seen it. I'm like, y'all, if we could put our egos and our pride, and okay, a deal went bad 17 years ago, 20 years ago. Does that mean you're going to stop doing business with that person forever? And we do that. Other cultures and other communities don't do that at all. They are, okay, bad deal, who cares? Let's work on this new deal together. You're one and done in the Black community. One false move, you're done.
So as it relates to business owners, I'm new to Fayetteville. My design photography and video studio is opening next month. What would you suggest as a way for me to attract business? Being a new person in town, imagine that nobody knows me, right? I'm from North Carolina, so I'm all right. But imagine that I'm new in town, no one knows me. I don't know where to get started, but I have this skill set that I think this area could really benefit from. How would I go about as a business owner getting recognized in the community as a part of the business community?
So the number one thing that I will tell anybody, and it's so funny, I actually have a slide that I created years ago. Join your local chamber of commerce. Here in Fayetteville, we have 3. We have the Hope Mills Chamber. I went to their breakfast this morning. My last meeting was with Cumulus Media, who's a part of the Fayetteville Chamber. When you join the Fayetteville Chamber, you get a $500 radio certificate to advertise with their radio station. So we just did that today. And then Spring Lake has the Sand Hills Chamber. Then, Rayford has a chamber. Every community has a chamber. We have the Black chambers and all of the things, but joining your local one or all. If your pockets are deep, join them all. If you're gonna start with one, start with one. Not wanting to say which one to start with, but they all have different pricing tiers and they all have different things that they do well. It really just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So, and that's one of the things too. I tell people, hey, what are you? That's one of the things you work with me, because I used to work at the chamber, So it's a matter of what are you looking for and which chamber is going to give you the biggest bang for your buck starting out.
One thing in business I've never understood is entrepreneurs who are introverts. Entrepreneurs and pastors. I don't understand how those two kinds of people can be introverts and not be interested in getting to know people, being social in the community, because it's those relationships that help to thrive and help to drive your business. If there are people who are watching the Black Business Olympics today who are they know they have a position as a CEO or entrepreneur or a small business owner, but just they're not interested in going to networking events. They're not interested in meeting a whole lot of new people. What tips can you give them to help them become more comfortable as an entrepreneur so that their business can thrive in this kind of environment?
I will tell them, like I said, to hire a PR, because that's serious. And I'm being serious because I deal with that with most of my clients. They want to run their business, but your brand has to be out there in the public. If you don't want to do it, hire someone to do it for you. But like I tell my clients all the time, there's only so much I can do for you, because other decision makers want to work with decision makers. They don't want to go through third party. So I work with them to get comfortable on going out, like I said, shaking the hands, kissing the babies, because there's only so much your manager, people want to get to the decision maker. They don't want to go through that third party stuff. So I would recommend that they get comfortable. You don't have to go to everything because it will wear you out. It will wear you out. Pick the events that the people that you want to do business with, where they're going to be. So in Fayetteville, we have, like I said, the chambers do their breakfasts and their networking things. The Fayetteville Business Journal, they do a business lunch every quarter. So there's so many things. You got to know who you want to be in the room with. Where is your audience? Once you know, okay, these are my people. These are the people that I need to talk with, that I need to shake their hands and kiss the babies. And that's where you go. Don't just be going everywhere, because everywhere is not your space. And finding your space and your place is going to pay dividends.
Gotcha. I know moving to the area, one of the reasons I reached out and connected to you, because every time I looked up, you were posting about something in the community. Every time I looked up, you were at this place and at this place and at that place. And I was like, man, if I'm going to come back to town and do some business, I got to be connected to her, because outside of you and Tori Johnson, it was like, man, how am I going to get out in the city to find I can't be a business owner hiding on the inside. I got to get out to let people know that I'm around.
Yeah, and shout out to Tori Johnson, because she is the one who connected us, and she is actually one of my clients, one of my good friends. And I tell her the same thing, because she's an introvert. You know, she's a radio personality. And, you know, we have this, every time we talk, we have this conversation about, hey, you know, you got to do more. She's like, well, at the radio station, it's just me and the computer, me and the audience. I don't got to be out here doing all the things. I'm like, well, you can stay in the corner or in the radio room, but the money is in the public with the people.
I've seen also that you've been supporting, I think, a particular fashion or personality that's a hairstylist.
Oh yes, Marcus Eyes. Yeah, so Marcus Eyes, actually his birthday was yesterday, and that is the person, to be honest, who helped open doors for me. Like I said, when I got back here, I'm from Fayetteville. I know this, I know that. I got my DD-214. I'm thinking I'm going to be, you know, hot stuff. No. It wasn't until I started going to Marcus and Terrell, who does my makeup at the Marcus Dye Salon. So Marcus Dye, he's a native of Fayetteville, Hope Mills, rather. And he's built that reputation to be the go-to that all of the celebrities go to, and all the high-powered women who can pay his fee to do their hair. So, you know, connecting with him and he's like my work, doing the PR thing. You know, I dabble in digital creations, and, you know, linking up with them really changed the game, really helped me get noticed. Now is been about 4 years because I'm linked up with him during the pandemic. But what was really funny, in 2016, when I was about to transition and get out the military, I came home on leave and I saw him in the club. And I'm like, oh my God, I fanned out because I knew him. He did my cousin's hair. Growing up, he did everybody's hair. But it was like, oh my God, I can't afford him. He's this, that, and the third. But you don't know what you can afford until you ask people. And that's the one thing, even with me, people be like, oh, she's with Marcus Song, so I can't afford her. Well, do you even know how much I cost? You know, did you even have the conversation? And so many times we discredit ourselves, we count ourselves out before we even have conversations with people. But to get back to Marcus, I said, Marcus, hey, I want to do these makeovers. So like I said, with the nonprofit, one of the things that we do is the makeovers and the grooming and all of the things. So I know he thought I was crazy the way I was just talking and was like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And fast forward to 2024, we're doing the things and, we're making moves and it's great.
That's awesome. You talked about affordability. I believe one of the reasons why a lot of entrepreneurs or small business owners don't reach into getting a marketing consultant or a PR person or a branding consultant, they rather go to Canva and do the best that they can. I experience it all the time. What kind of budget should a small business owner look forward to when approaching a public relations person?
So I would say, and I'm just going to go off my fees, between $1,500 and $3,500 a month. If you want to get fancy and do the marketing, the radio, I'm gonna just up it to $5,000. And most public relations people, their retainer is between $3,500 and $5,000 a month. But one of the things that we have to understand is not how much you're going to spend, is how much it's going to make you. Because I can connect you with somebody right now and get you a $10,000 sponsorship, or connect you with 5 new clients. And I tell people all the time, the $1,500 you're paying me, you'll make that back in a night if we do it right. So, and that's what we got to look at. It's like, how much is this going to make me? Not how much, because it's an investment.
One of my favorite words you just use is retainer. All right. Yeah. Why is it that you prefer to use the retainer? Is it because PR takes a while to sort of get going? How long does it take? Give us some information about that.
Yeah, so I tell people all the time, give me at least 3 months. And what I do now, is with my PR Quick Start, is everything that I can deliver to get you started. But if you want real results, because with any public relations person will tell you, they can't guarantee you media. I can't guarantee to call ABC 11 and get your story picked up. That's just not the way it works, right? Because especially here in Fayetteville, with all the stuff going on with Fort Liberty, you only got so much time. There's accidents every day. There's killings every day. There's something going on in the world every day, and you're ribbon cut, and it's just not going to make the news.
You trying to tell me that if I pay you this money, you can't guarantee me a slot?
I cannot guarantee you an ABC 11, CBS 17, Spectrum News. I can't guarantee how they run their business, because they have their meetings just like you have your meetings with your staff, what we're going to do, how you're going to do it. So can anybody come to your business and guarantee anything on your behalf?
Well, one thing I talk about people is, consistency.
Yeah.
It is worth the investment to be consistently in places. I tell people that you don't normally see McDonald's commercials during lunch or dinner time. You see McDonald's commercials at other times throughout the day. So when you're ready for lunch, your brain already tells you to do the thing that you've consistently seen as the first choice. Give me one last power pack tip for someone who's trying to get their brand and their business out there in terms of PR.
Yes, go to ShadonnaMcFall.com, hire me. No, seriously, like you said, show up, because I can send out all the press releases, or anybody can send out all the press releases to get you out there, to get you, because once I tell people, once people Google you, because everybody's not on Facebook, social media, Snap, and all that, but when people are looking for things to do in Fayetteville, guess what they do? They Google things to do in Fayetteville, plumbers in Fayetteville, whatever in Fayetteville, or whatever in your city that you're in, you need to be on top of Google. And that's just facts. So don't be afraid to invest the money. Do your homework. People who come to me now, you best believe they have Googled me and they know who I am. They have seen me, and it's just like, okay, y'all know, y'all seen what I did with Marcus, and as we seen, because my thing is I really don't go after, and I don't market myself like nearly as much as I should, because when I do get a client, because public relations is so personal, you're in a relationship. You are in a relationship with this person, with this business, knowing what they like, knowing what they don't like, so you can connect them with other things that they like, because they don't want everything. They're not, when people do PR, is way different from marketing. Because they are trying to everything. They just want anything to stick. And public relations, you're in these people's spaces. You're in their energy. So they don't want everything and everybody. So that would be my main thing, is invest in the right public relations person who knows the community, that can pick up the phone, send the email, and get things done like that. Because, like I said earlier, I've been on a Cumberland County boot camp. Everybody knows me now. And it took 8 years to get there. 8 hard, long years of shaking hands and kissing babies and showing up to tell people, hey, this is what I can do. This is how I do it. And now we're rocking and rolling. So I'm happier than I've ever been.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to connect here in the Fayetteville, North Carolina area, but this is a global network. So why don't you let everybody else across the world know how they can get in contact with you for your public relations services?
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, ShadonnaMcFall.com. You can Google the more you know. Google, and I recommend people, like I say, Google Shadonna McFall and go under images, go under news, and you can see where the news has picked me up. And I went to the Super Bowl this past year and covered Super Bowl Media Week, the Super Bowl Gospel celebration, and all of the things. So it's just like, and doing that got the attention of everybody here, the commissioners, the people at the college, everybody that I knew, but whoa, what are you doing? Let's talk about it. How was it? So Fayetteville is one of those places, and I'm pretty sure every city is. You got to leave the city, do something grand, then come back, and they notice you.
Well, one thing I've noticed was that you consistently share your story. You consistently show people the journey, and I'm proud of you for doing that. Thank you for joining us here on the Black Business Network. And Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for having me.
Wow, what an amazing story from Mo, Shadonna McFall, here in Fayetteville, North Carolina, a public relations specialist. This is the Black Business Network. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's down below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and last but not least, Black Business Expo USA. My name is RJ Stevenson. I'm your afternoon moderator and the CEO of Creative Concepts Production and Design. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Story, they're like, okay, somebody said they had a vision from God and they need money to build something. And I was like, well, if this guy tells me that the sun's not going to come up, I would not get out of bed. That's who he is to me. And you can see that my judgment is well placed, because in another 8 or 9 months, we're going to put his technology into an electric car. You know, people always say, well, why'd you build the car and the engine is not finished yet? I'm like, well, when the engine's finished, what are we going to put it in? You know? So we had to do the two parts, what we're doing.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hi, How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur, they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw,
CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-Star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Good afternoon again, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson, CEO of Creative Concepts Production and Design, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker this afternoon will be Mr. Henry Ward, joined by a fireside chat with Mr. Grant McGaugh. Gentlemen, how are you this afternoon?
Just fine, RJ.
Great, RJ.
Wonderful.
How are you?
Wonderful. Genius is coming. I look forward to the encounter, and I'll see you all on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you.
Henri, we get to meet again. How are you?
We do, Grant. How are you doing?
I am wonderful, 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 wonderful. I want you to help our audience understand just a little bit backdrop on Be Direct. I know we've had numerous conversations, but there's always someone, this will be their first time.
That's right.
Hearing this story. I think it's so impactful. So just give us an overview of Be Direct and your role within it.
Absolutely. So Be Direct is the first US-based but African-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company. Our focus is to take Black executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as accomplished Black entrepreneurs, and take them through a 8-month training program to prepare them to sit on corporate boards on the African continent. Just to give our audience a little backdrop, and I'm really glad that you brought that up. Our founder and CEO, Larry Yan, has actually been doing business on the African continent now for close to 20 years. He was the COO for a consulting company, and he is the CEO of several other companies, one being a cybersecurity company that does business on the African continent, and the other a call center company that does business on the African continent. So over a period of time, what he realized was that there was a need on both sides. There was a need for Black executives and Black entrepreneurs to actually get corporate board experience, that they were not necessarily getting those opportunities here in the United States. But he also saw a need on the African corporation side for them to have a couple of things. One, for them to have access to Black entrepreneurs and Black executives that could bring additional skill sets and add additional immediate value to their corporate boards, and also to bring what I call a diversity of thought. Because the reality is that if you are sitting on a corporate board right now in Ghana or Kenya or South Africa, there's a very high likelihood that all of the other folks on that board are from the same country, and many perhaps even from the same region. And so what he saw was a market for Black executives and Black entrepreneurs to get experience that they weren't getting here in the United States, and also a market for Black corporations to get skill sets that they need, and quite frankly, also access to markets perhaps that they weren't getting before. And so that's kind of the backdrop and market driver behind why Be Direct was created. It was created to fill a very specific need.
And that need is so prevalent, especially in the U.S. And I hate to say it, but it's been unfortunate over time that, we make up 13 to 15% of the population. Only less than probably 2 to 3% of those executives in corporate America are of the African, or I would say that the Black American persuasion.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if a combination of just experience, is it opportunity, is it capability? I mean, where do we sit? So being able to then get an opportunity in the African continent, which is a plethora of different countries there, and that they see the need, or not even just the need, that they see that, hey, here is a whole group of individuals that could help us in what we want to do, and giving them opportunity. So you've had, I believe, a couple of cohorts already go through your program. Give us some feedback. What was the feedback from those classes? I know one is probably ongoing, but let's talk about that first. What was some of the feedback you got from the key executives and some of the opportunities they were able to get involved in?
Yeah, great question. So we're actually just concluding our first cohort. Our last session literally was this past Saturday. That was kind of their graduation, and our next cohort begins June 22nd. Some of the feedback that we've heard from those in the existing cohort is not only is this exposing them to opportunities that they did not necessarily have here in the United States, it's also changing their own perspectives on how to operate both here and in the United States. And I'll give you an example of that. A key part of our program is not just teaching technical skills around corporate governance. While we do that, a critical piece of our program, though, was teaching what we call cultural dexterity skills. How do you navigate culture? And a part of what some of our participants have told us is, this has been a life-changing experience for them. And, you usually don't hear that when you're talking about corporate governance training. People normally don't come out of corporate governance training and say, wow, this has changed my life. But that is really the feedback that we're hearing. And really, it's because of this mixture of corporate governance and cultural dexterity, where our participants are getting insights not only into governance, but they're getting insights into themselves. They're getting insights into how they operate in different circumstances with different types of people. And, many of us have taken tests or assessments like Myers-Briggs, or we've taken other types of personality assessments. And a part of what we do in Be Direct in addition to the technical training, in addition to the executive coaching, we administer several personality assessments. And so these cohort members get to tap into how they actually think. Are they predominant left brain thinkers? Are they predominant right brain thinkers? Are they holistic brain thinkers? When they approach solving problems, how do they approach problem solving? Do they approach it from an analytical standpoint? Do they approach it from a relationship building standpoint? And so all of those types of characteristics go into our training. And, you know, the most powerful feedback that we've gotten from our participants is, you know, this really helped me delve deeper into who I am as a person, right? This has helped me not only in terms of being able to, you know, be a valuable player on an African corporate board, or quite frankly, any corporate board, but this has helped me in terms of my personal relationships. This has helped me in terms of really understand how I look at problem solving. One of the folks that we had in the program, he basically said, you know, once he finished one of these assessment tests, and he had actually taken this particular assessment once before, but when he took it this time, what he found out was that the realities of what the tests were showing him really were in terms of how he operated, both with his subordinates, with peers, and with leadership above. And so that's a really key takeaway. Another key takeaway that this particular cohort told us was they were absolutely blown away in terms of the caliber, one, of the other cohort members, and two, the caliber of folks that we were bringing to the table in order for them to interact with. For instance, their second to last cohort training session, we actually had a panel discussion of Black and other corporate board members who sat on corporate boards of South African companies, both public and private. And so what we were able to bring to the table were women, Black African and white African board of directors members who were sharing their own experiences in terms of what does it mean to be a corporate board director on the African continent. In their graduation service this past Saturday, we actually brought to the table a person who is just absolutely phenomenal. I will mess up her last name, and so I won't attempt to try it on live air. But her first name and her title is Dr. Rufaro. Rufaro is her first name. And she actually is a PhD, but in addition to that, she currently sits on 2 or 3 corporate boards in South Africa. She is not South African. I believe she is from Zambia. Mm-hmm. And so what she talked about was not only the cultural diversity and cultural dexterity of being a Black African, sitting many times on white corporate boards on the African continent in South Africa, but being culturally different from those who are South African. And so those who look at her saying, well, you may not know our culture because although you're from the African continent, from Zambia, you're not South African. And so in her own way of adaptation, even though she is a Black African, she is an indigenous Black person on the African continent, she had to go through her own cultural dexterity and cultural awareness and understanding the fact that she would be viewed as other coming into South Africa, and she told her story, and it was absolutely phenomenal. It blew our cohort members away, because it really talked to the fact that even if you are a Black African on the African continent, if you are going from country to country, you will still be viewed as other, and you still have to be able to navigate culture, even if you are indigenous to the continent. And so that kind of reinforced to them this whole training module that we have in terms of what does it mean to actually navigate culture? What does it mean to actually understand that you can't take Western values and Western thinking and just forklift that into another country on another continent and think you will be successful, because you won't. We tend to, in the United States, we tend to look at Africa monolithically. We tend to look at it, the continent of Africa, as if it were a country. And the reality is there are 54, 55 different countries that sit on the continent of Africa, each having their own way of doing things, each having their own culture, each having their own way of navigating internationally. And if you come into that environment with a one-size-fits-all approach, you will not be successful. It would be the same as if someone going to Europe and thinking that all Europeans are the same. And the reality is, a Brit thinks of him, her, or herself very different than a Spaniard, who thinks of him or herself very different than an Italian, who thinks of him or herself very different than someone from Greece, although they're all European, right? They all have very different ways of doing things. And the same thing applies on the African continent. And so the aha moment for many of our participants wasn't necessarily around the corporate governance piece, again, which is important. You have to be able to bring those skill sets to the table in order to be valuable. But what they found most important was actually the piece about understanding themselves, and then understanding how do you navigate culture. Because again, if you are a very analytical person, and you come into an organization that is more freewheeling in terms of its culture, from a corporate board perspective, you might get your feelings hurt.
I can imagine that, man. We get our feelings hurt all the time just in the U.S. I mean, what you're talking about is so true. Just think about the differences between living in the Southeast, where I am, in like Miami, as opposed to living in the Northwest. Up in the Seattle area, or if you go all the way down to the Southwest in the Arizona, in that area, or what we call the Deep South, and all these other things, they're all different in how they view things. And I'm sure, because what you said is so true, and we need to get away from that. We don't think of, hey, I'm going to Europe. You normally say, yes, I'm going to London, I'm going to France, I'm going to the, maybe you may say something about the Mediterranean or something like that, because there's a lot of different countries.
Right.
But Africa is a huge, huge, huge place.
Absolutely.
And there's so many different, not only, let me say the indigenous, and when we say indigenous, I'm talking about the tribal.
That's right.
The tribal, and then understanding those tribal nuances, and you may have no idea about nothing like that. And I say this very candidly, just like in the U.S. Talk to us about the Native American tribal system. You'd be like, right. I just thought they were all Indians. You're like, oh, right. No, you'd lose right off the bat. Because there's just so many different personalities and tribal customs and culture and all those things.
Absolutely. Here's a perfect example of that, of Grant, if I could. And I've talked about this with some of our other sessions. One of my best friends is Nigerian. He's Yoruba. And as many may know, within Nigeria, there are three main clans, if you will, or three main cultural tribes. There is Yoruba, there's Hausa, and there's Igbo. And they are mainly divided in terms of geography, where they sit within inside of the country of Nigeria. So he was born and raised in Nigeria. Left Nigeria in his early 20s to come to the United States to go to college. He's now been here in the United States, well, close to 40 years or so. He views himself as a Nigerian living in America because culturally, in his mind, he's still very much Nigerian. When he goes home to Nigeria to visit his relatives, he's viewed as an American visiting Nigeria. Again, born and raised in Nigeria, family still is in Nigeria. But because of the fact that he has been gone for so long, he is now viewed as other by his own relatives.
Yeah.
He's not viewed as Nigerian anymore. He's viewed as American. And that's one of the things that we also spend a lot of time in terms of our onboarding process and a lot of time in terms of our training process. Training folks to understand that even though you may have the same amount of melanin in your skin as those folks, as Africans on the continent, you are viewed as an American. And while there is a desire to get to know you and a desire to do business with you, understand that you still have that cultural barrier that you have to deal with. Just as my friend who born and raised in Nigeria is now considered an American, right? Because and what's interesting is I've heard that story many times from many people, from those who were born and raised in Haiti or born and raised in Jamaica or born and raised in Ghana, who have spent time in the West, have spent time here in America. And when they go home, they're not viewed as, Haitian or Ghanaian or Jamaican anymore. They are viewed as American. And it's being able to understand, how do you first come to that realization, right? Because it can be very jarring for someone who was born and raised somewhere to go back home. You know, that old saying, you can never go home again. But it could be very jarring for someone. And just think about what levels of magnitude that is for someone who is born here in the United States, who is Western trained and Western thinking, and now you go to a different country. Here's another example that Dr. Rufuro actually brought up during her session last week. In the West, we view time from a Western perspective. We view time in terms of, if a meeting is supposed to start at 9 a.m., 9:05, you're late. 9:15, don't bother to come. Right? That is very different for many other cultures. It is different for cultures on the African continent. It is different actually for some Asian Indian cultures as well. Perfect example. If a meeting is supposed to start at 9 a.m., let's say in Ghana or South Africa, if a person gets there by 9:15 or 9:20, and this may be your host, by the way, this may be the person who you are meeting with that you perhaps are trying to get business from. If that meeting starts at 9:15 or 9:20, you're doing pretty good. and by the way, once they get there at 9:15 or 9:20, the first 15 to 20 minutes may be spent just talking about family. How are you doing? How's your family? How's it going? And so from a Western perspective, we sometimes will get frustrated with that, right? We have the concept of time is money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, I came here to talk about business. And the reality is, for that particular culture or those cultures, there's much more, at least initially, there's much more an emphasis on building relationship, right? I'm really not interested in doing business with you until I have kind of meshed with you as a person. And a part of us building this relationship is us spending time not talking about business.
Mm.
It's spending time really for me to get to know you as a human being, to decide if I want to do business with you as a human being before I start talking about actual business. And that's very different. That approach is very different than approach that we take in the West. In the West, it's let's talk about business, let's get it done quickly, ba-bump, 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 ba-bump. And that's not the reality of the way business works in many countries on the African continent. And one other thing, there is also a difference between doing business in Southern and Western and Mid-Africa versus Northern Africa. The term that's predominantly used, and I don't necessarily like this term, but I will throw it out there as a term that's used so people will know what it means. Northern Africa versus Sub-Saharan Africa. And when people use the term Sub-Saharan Africa, many times they are using it in a pejorative sense, which is why I don't like using that term. When people say Sub-Saharan Africa, usually what they're referring to is quote unquote Black Africa, as opposed to Northern Africa. You'll see countries such as Egypt or Tanzania or some other countries. And the reality is that while there is a large Arab population in many North African countries, there's also a very large indigenous African population in those countries as well. And so that's why I don't like using that term. But there are cultural differences even between Northern Africa and South and Central and West and East Africa. And so being able to just navigate culture is extremely important. It is actually as important or more important than actually understanding the technical aspects of cultural governance. I'll give one more example. During the panel discussion in which we had current corporate board members of African companies to talk to our cohort, one of the corporate board members, who happened to be a Black male who sits on at least, I think, 2 corporate boards on the African continent, specifically in South Africa, he made a comment in terms of many times Americans will come into South Africa or they will come into other African countries expecting to export their way of doing business. And one of the things that he talked about in South Africa, there is this focus on understanding that anytime a company outside of the South Africa comes and do business, they have to understand that what the South African government in particular is looking for in terms of bringing them in or kind of giving them a blessing in terms of doing business in the continent or doing business in that country is what aspects are they providing in terms of uplifting in terms of the community. So what community services are they bringing to South Africa in addition to just monetary value? And then also, what are they doing in terms of to help the indigenous African supply chain? So let's say a large company comes in, multi-billion-dollar US company comes in. what they will be evaluated on is not just, the amount of monetary value that they're bringing to the South African government, the South African community, but how are they building up community within South Africa, and how are they helping other Black businesses as a part of their supply chain? Because they did not understand this, this was a very large franchise based here in America. I won't name the franchise, but he did. Very large franchise that many people will know, came to do business in South Africa. And they came again with a very Western approach. And they did not understand that in order to do business, in order to kind of get approval, that they needed to show how they were bringing Black companies, Black South African companies into their supply chain. They did not understand that they had to show how they were building up Black communities that they were putting their franchises in. And because they missed on both of those key performance indicators, they did not get an opportunity to get the business in South Africa. And they totally missed it. They thought just by them coming in and bringing dollars in that they could get approval, and that just was not the case. So again, that's why we spend so much time emphasizing culture. We spend so much time in emphasizing navigating culture, because it really is the difference between success and failure.
100%. And I hope we take something out of what you just said when we think about our own communities here in America, when a lot of companies will set up shop in the communities. I mean, do they actually ask that question? How are we benefiting the community? How are we giving back to the community? How is that demonstrated, not just lip service? Show me the case in point. And I know a lot of times, I know in the government world, you get RFPs and whatnot. They ask you these questions, but then the reality is when you go back and look at, all right, what really happened? How was this done? Are we seeing tangible evidence of the company or companies giving back? So that's interesting. I wanted to ask you this from an objective standpoint.
Sure.
From the African, let's say, corporation that's operating, and they're going to bring in an American operative, and they're looking, what is their objectives? Because they don't want to sit there and have to teach you about their culture.
Absolutely.
Get something out of it. What's exactly their objective?
Absolutely. Awesome question, Grant. They're looking at this from a couple of different reasons, and I'm really glad that you asked that, because the reality is anyone that we bring in from our side has to be able to add value immediately to that corporate board, because the reality is that the CEO and that existing board is making a conscious decision to bring an outsider in, right? And so whoever that outsider is has to be able to show that they are adding immediate value to that board. And here's a way that they can position themselves to do that. Either through skill set value, functional skill set value, through industry value, or through access to market value. And I'll go through each one of those. From a skill set value, and all boards are different. And I want folks to understand this. Corporate boards, when I say corporate boards are different, what I mean is that when a corporate board is looking, even in America, when a corporate board is looking to bring someone on as a new member, they're really looking to figure out, how do I fill a hole that I don't have filled right now? Whether that hole be around skill sets or industry. So for instance, in the United States, you may have a corporate board where now these days, cybersecurity is such a huge issue. So, any American corporate board now may want to make sure that they have someone on their board that has really strong cybersecurity skill sets. From a industry perspective, that person also would probably want to have industry experience in the industry that this corporate board operates in. The same thing holds true for corporate boards on the African continent. They may be looking to fill a skill set perhaps around sales and marketing, or perhaps around product development and or supply chain. Something I want to make sure there's difference between being what we call an operator and being a corporate board person, meaning that you don't come onto the corporate board to have day-to-day operations experience, meaning that even if I'm bringing you in as someone with strong sales and marketing experience, I don't expect you to work directly with my sales and marketing team to go out and do deals, right? There's a saying, eyes in, hands out, right? So the corporate board is there to be in an advisory role and in a policy-making role, not in a day-to-day operations role. But the skill sets that board is looking for could be unique board to board. Many are looking for people who might have access to the U.S. market, right? So, and you may not think in your current position that you can fill that, but the reality is that you may know someone who may know someone who may know someone who can help this company get access to different markets. And so in terms of what the value that these corporations are looking for, they're looking for people that have specific functional skill sets that can help them grow. They're looking for people that have specific industry skill sets that can help them grow. And they're looking for people that have market access that can help them grow. Notice there is something common about all of those three examples that I gave, and that is that can help them grow.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
You're looking for people they're looking for people that can help them grow.
100% on that. And once you understand the objectives, it makes it easier. Then it's just a communication style. What you can do, make sure you're like, when in Rome, do as the Romans,
Right.
kind of thing.
Right.
At the same time, you could probably educate them a little bit more on American lifestyle.
Sure. And glad you asked that too. So it becomes a two-way street, right? And that's kind of phase 2 of our Be Direct kind of multi-generational product plan, if you will. So phase 1 is training U.S. executives and entrepreneurs on how do you position yourself to be a corporate board director on the African continent. Phase 2 is actually working with African CEOs and corporate boards in terms of how do you now navigate culture with Americans, right? So it has to be both ways because there are many times a board, a board operates many times like a family. And people a lot of times don't understand that. I was actually talking to a gentleman who worked for one of the major consulting firms here in the United States. And he had, it's a global consulting firm, but he had US responsibility. And he had responsibility for actually tapping into Black corporate executives, usually at the C-suite level, to place them on corporate boards in the United States. And as he was getting feedback from corporations in terms of what they were looking for, they basically told him, they said, most of our board appointments come through referral, right? And we look for people that we know, we trust, and we like.
Yes, of course.
Right?
Yes.
And if you don't fit those criteria, if I don't know you, if I don't trust you, and if I don't like you, then you probably are not getting an appointment on any board here. And the reality is that's just not in the United States. That works across the continent as well, which is why building that cultural dexterity and building those relationships are so important. And what we do at Be Direct is we try to facilitate those discussions by preparing the U.S. Executives for this cultural dexterity piece, but also we are pre-vetting companies on the African continent. For instance, we would not want to place a Black female on a corporate board on the African continent in a country that did not necessarily value Black females.
Right.
Right. I see RJ is back with us.
I didn't know when to jump in, and I'm back here playing hopscotch. I'm like, I'm pulling in all the information. I don't want to interrupt because I'm learning so much. Having had some global traveling myself, very, very great content. I'm going to actually go back and watch it again. Thank you all so much for your wealth of knowledge. Amazing conversation. Genius is common. Actually, Mr. Henry, can you let us know, our viewers, how they can get in contact with you in the future?
Absolutely, RJ. Please go to our website at www.globalboarddirector.com. And Global Board Director is all one word. www.globalboarddirector.com, and take a look at our video. Once you take a look at our video, there is a section on the website that talks about U.S. executive applications. Click on that and feel free to give us your information. You can also send us an email at info at globalboarddirector.com, and we will most definitely respond to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the conversation and your insight. Genius is common, and I'll see both of you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you. Wow, what amazing information we've received about board positions and even global board positions. I know that you've enjoyed that conversation, that fireside chat between the two of them. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App on the screen below, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can also register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA. My name is RJ Stevenson, your afternoon moderator. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson, the CEO of Creative Concepts, Production, and Design. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'd like to introduce you to this afternoon's keynote speaker, Dr. Dennis Miles Goffin. Dr. Dennis Miles Goffin is an expert in business management for religious and nonprofit organizations. He has a master's degree in accounting and business management and expertise in nonprofit law and has put to good use his years in the financial industry. Dr. Goffin's expertise also includes administration and leadership skills. He is able to offer all of this to clientele, the ability to become completely automated from payroll, accounts payable, and inventory control to personnel management. He is also a professional clergyman with over 50 years in the ministry and over 30 years in business. Please welcome to the Black Business Olympics, Dr. Dennis M. Goffin. Dr. Goffin, thank you for joining us today. Glad to have you here.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I have read your extensive bio and I'm excited about all that you're going to share with us this afternoon about accounting, nonprofit law, and business development.
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
So you have over 50 years experience in the industry. Can you tell us a little bit about how you got involved in the industry itself?
Well, it was a passion of mine from my days in high school. I found out I was a pretty good numbers guy. So I did well in math and algebra and calculus. And so I had a passion to do numbers. And that's what led me to get my first MBA in business. But I also had a passion because I grew up in the church to do something in the nonprofit sector. So one of the things I specialized in was nonprofit law and of course, and then nonprofit accounting. Those two areas I found very interesting to get into the nonprofit sector. So I built my business around those two earmarks, knowing what nonprofit law was for a lot of nonprofit organizations and knowing how the nonprofits could set up what we call fund accounting. So with both of those, I just became a specialist in those areas.
So nonprofit accounting, is that nonprofit accounting different from regular small business or corporate accounting?
Yes, it is. It is like it says. It's called fund accounting, F-U-N-D, which means it's a management of a collection of funds that you pull together for nonprofit organizations. Now, there's two kinds of fund accounting. There is the government fund accounting, which they do, and then there's the business sector nonprofit fund accounting, which means that you're managing a bunch of funds in a collective basis to pull together the profit and loss statement. So there are smaller funds that connect to the bigger fund, and then you pull the umbrella together. So that's why we call it fund accounting, because those entities will have other little small branches that they deal with that needs to be pulled together into a collective whole. Wow, fund accounting. I remember going through my matriculation in East Carolina. I took managerial accounting, I took personnel accounting,
but nobody said anything about fund accounting and knowing a little bit of the nonprofit funding process. You know, there's guarantors, there's trustees in those areas. What kind, nonprofits, we have to put together boards of operations even to get started, and then to certify as a 501c type business, you have to allocate your board. What kind of skill set would qualify a person to manage fund accounting for a nonprofit organization?
Well, let's start, I believe, RJ, back to what nonprofit is. I think it's important because people hear nonprofit and sometimes they think that means that you can't make profit. It's just that you can't make personal profit. If you want a business that's going to personally benefit you, then you need to do an LLC because that will personally benefit you. But if you're doing something to benefit a cause, benefit something else, that's what we talk about nonprofit, because that means that you don't personally benefit from the assets. Personal benefit, you can do a personal corporation. But if you're not going to benefit, you put the organization together specifically for a cause or benefit of a cause. That's why it's called nonprofit, which means individuals cannot personally benefit from the assets of the corporation. That's what it really means. So when we talk about nonprofit, it means that you have a desire to do something charitable, something that affects the community, something like the Black Business Expo, which I've been seeing the commercials. They're doing this to raise money for college kids. So they're not doing this to raise money for somebody to get a Ferrari, and it's not to get a mansion house. They're doing it for a cause. So that makes it a nonprofit. So monies raised have to be used for the purpose in which it's raised for. So that's what a nonprofit organization would involve. Now, that's when I tell people, when you sit down to say, I'm a former corporation, the first thing I ask them, what do you want? You want to make money for yourself, or you want to help affect a cause? Because it's two different things. You're not going to get rich in a nonprofit corporation. You're going to get what's called reasonable compensation. But in a business, you can become as rich as you want. It's a personal business. You can make as much money as you want. But if you're going the other right, where you're helping people, you can get reasonably compensated, but most of the assets will go toward that business entity and not in your pocket. That's basically the difference.
So I remember filling out the packet of information that was necessary to get my nonprofit started. You helped me with that. Can you talk briefly about some of the information that's necessary for you to have together before you start on the nonprofit filing end?
Yeah, you need to come up with, of course, a business name that nobody else is using. So you have to check with that state to make sure nobody has that name. And then, of course, you need to incorporate within the guidelines of the state that you are in. Very important. You have to have an odd number board, 3 or more people as an odd number board. As you go to your 501 status, the IRS want to make sure those board members are not related and that your board is not stacked in a family interest. So you're probably going to look at 3 to 7 board members. Also, the board members in a nonprofit cannot be paid by the nonprofit. So you don't have paid board members. You have non-paying board members. They can't even be involved in things that's going to be of their best interest. So those are kind of things that kind of get you going for a nonprofit, because remember, you're putting together that enterprise for a cause. And so your efforts, your monies is to take care of the cause. Doesn't mean you can't get any money. It just means you can't take all the money.
It doesn't mean you can't get any money. It just means you can't take all the money. I love the way you put that. Because the mismanagement of nonprofit funds can really get you in a lot of trouble, right?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the other side of that, about, how your fund should be managed as a nonprofit and what kind of vehicles or things that you have that can help people do that?
Well, we have great management tools. And one of the things that you need a bookkeeper who understands what nonprofit is, because you want to make sure the funds are set up properly. So when you go to the bank to open up a bank account, first thing they do is put your corporate papers to see how you incorporate it. So they know what kind of account to give you. whether they're going to give you a business checking account or a nonprofit business account. So they will determine by looking at your articles to see what kind of business you are. Then they'll recommend the type of financial vehicle you need to have. That being said, I remember, because I've been in business long enough to remember what we call a one right system. You used to put a check on the table and it would write through to leave you copies. So that's why they call it one right. It was all carbon system and you leave your report. Well, we've come a long way since those days. Now we've got computer systems, we got computer programs that help you. Even the non-financial person can do bookkeeping with programs like what we use, QuickBooks, and other bookkeeping programs that automates the system. So at least you can manage your books on a day-by-day basis from a bookkeeping standpoint, so it can be turned over to an accountant so that you can get your financial reports. Now, keep in mind, internal reporting is for you. But when you're going to do business with the public, you need an accountant to actually prepare your statements.
So what all information should be included in a statement of accounting?
Well, when you pull together your statement, you got to figure out, well, how is your revenue come in? So there's categories of your revenue. How does the revenue come in? And whether that revenue is, we say it's non-restricted and restricted revenue coming in. So for nonprofit organizations, you have two levels of revenue. Non-restricted revenue, which means you're getting basic revenue in from different donations and sources, and you can use it for the benefit of the organization in any way you choose. We call that non-restricted income. Then there's restricted income, where you have applied for grants or scholarships, or when you've designated a particular fundraiser for a specific instance or purpose, then we call that restricted income, because then that money can only use for the purpose in which you solicited it for. So that becomes very important, that you categorize the difference between monies that come in that we consider non-restricted and monies we consider restricted. Those two entities are very important. You manage those. Then you look at your basic expenses, supplies, rent, utilities, all those things are kind of basic expenses that's going to be put against the business. So you look at the income and your expenses, and of course what's left is your profit. Generally, if it's a profit-making organization, that profit goes in your pocket. Because it's not a profit-making organization, that profit stays into the business.
So for most small business owners, those individuals beginning a nonprofit organization, it tends to be the case that you try your best to keep as much of the finances and resources as you can in the house. But I have learned that hiring a good accountant can really cause you to forego a whole lot of financial accountability problems or financial management mistakes that business owners don't necessarily think about. Can you talk about some of the benefits of hiring an accountant to work alongside your business?
Well, of course, the first is integrity, because you want to make sure that your numbers and everything are in proper order. The other thing that's so important with this is that when you start dealing with the IRS, their position is that ignorance of the law is no excuse. So you need to educate yourself on what you can do and cannot do so you don't get yourself in trouble. So you have a good accountant, a good lawyer who works in nonprofit field. And that's why I do advisory services in both legal and the financial, to know what you can do and not do, and to set up properly, to know what things are that you can take out, what things you can't, how the business should be operated. Like I said, the main problem that gets in trouble, especially with payroll, doesn't matter with any business. If you're doing payroll, it's not use the monies that should be put aside to go to the government. That's not for you to spend. You got to set that money on the side for payroll, for the taxes and things that involve. And sometimes businesses wind up using payroll money for operating money. And then when it's time to do your payroll reporting, you can't do it because the money's not available. Well, that's against the law, whether the business is profit or non-profit. But sometimes the cash flow is set that you want to use that money. Well, you got to set a system where you restrict that money on the side, don't even touch it. And that's why I usually recommend that companies set up a separate payroll account from the general account. Don't do everything out of the general account. So there's a case, sometimes you have to know when you set up 3 basic accounts you should have as a business. One is your general operating fund, if you're running payroll, a payroll account, and the other is a savings account, because you need that for emergencies also. These 3 accounts is basic no matter what your business is to be set up. You should have a separate payroll account, compensation fund, general fund where you do all your other business out of, and of course a savings fund where you save it for emergencies in a rainy day. And then you can start building financial vehicles from that once your business grows. Once it grows and you have monies coming in, you can see where to allocate it financially. That's a good thing where a good financial advisor can advise you on what to do.
Financial mismanagement is something that often steers people away from nonprofits. It steers donators or donors away from nonprofits. And it steers people who really would do well by having a nonprofit entity away from nonprofits, because nobody wants those kinds of problems, right?
But those kind of problems are with profit and nonprofit.
Okay. What are those? What are the problems that you see commonly in the business world as it regards to accounting?
We call it arm's length transactions, which means that you have to be careful how you use your transactions. So things that are personal should become personal. Things that are business should become business. Basically, and this goes for either the profit or nonprofit, the business can only write things personally for expenses that's in the name of that business. So in other words, it cannot write checks to your personal expense from the business, because that's called arm's length transaction. It's like an arm. You do an arm's length, keep your personal stuff over here and keep your business stuff over here. So anything that's operating the business can personally pay for. Anything that's personal, you write yourself either owner's equity check, or you write yourself, you get on your own payroll and take your personal money out of your personal account to take care of your personal expenses. But when you let the business account take care of your personal expenses, that's when you get in trouble. And that's when you have issues with the whole thing. So that becomes very important. So the most thing is the rule that people understand, that check writing is not to pay your personal bills. That's not why you set up the business. It's to take care of the bills of the business.
So a lot of small business owners, we begin being the business. We don't have any other employees but ourselves. So are you suggesting that we should have a payroll account in addition to the regular operating account so we can pay ourselves to that kind of service, rather than, I remember my mom and dad, we had household situations happening sometimes. We had business situations sometimes. Sometimes the household has to take care of the business. Sometimes the business has to take care of the house. How do you suggest that a business owner get out of the habit of mixing their financials that way so that they can really be solvent and accountable financially?
Well, it can be hard without any financial experience, but what you gave is what 90% of businesses go through. Small businesses having to juggle between. So we set up things like this. There are things you put in the business to start. We call that owner's equity. So as you keep track of that owner's equity that comes in. So we set up the accounting. We say, okay, you're going to begin your business with $5,000 that you personally put into your money. So we call that owner's equity. Then as you start making money, the money that comes in is considered income. And then the money that's spent is considered expense. We look at the income and expense as what operates the business, but you had to have some equity in the business, whether it was a building, whether it was a house, whether you use your home office house or your own personal money to get it started. You have to put your money in as called owner's equity. Then when you need to draw money out, you draw it out by drawing what we call an owner's draw. You got to write a check for yourself. Let's say you got to pay your own mortgage now. You put a lot of money in the business, and now you need to draw money out to pay your mortgage. Well, when you write that money out, it's called an owner's draw. So you're actually writing out money against the equity that you put in. So you're not affecting your business. You just need to draw it out. So that's called owner's draw. Now, so Owner's equity, you put money in. Owner's drawer, you pull money out until you establish a payroll. Once it grows enough to establish a payroll, you put yourself on either a 1099 where you're a contractor with your business, or the payroll where you're taking out taxes because you have more than 2 or 3 employees that you can set up a payroll.
It sounds like being a small business owner takes a lot of discipline, because when tense moments of financial distress or duress come up, it seems like it could be very easy to mess around and swipe the wrong card.
Yes.
If tax season just ended, we're into another tax year. What should a small business owner or a nonprofit owner do to sort of align themselves now so they don't have to deal with those pitfalls come next year?
First thing you have to do is get yourself educated. The IRS website has free videos. They have free information or bulletins that you can go to educate yourself. You got to be educated on what you're doing. Just like you did the research to start the business, you need to do research to manage the business. So you need to get educated on what your industry is all about. These discipline things I'm talking about and doing are something that you have to do. Now, for a nonprofit, most of this is disciplined by a board. If you set up a right board, things are not done unless the approval of the board. The board's got to sign off on what you spend, on how you operate. That's also the difference in a nonprofit organization versus a regular business, because you don't have that much control from the board over your personal business as you do from a nonprofit. Nonprofit is board oriented.
So in addition to accounting, I know that you also do professional leadership development. And you're talking about board designations now. And what I found a lot of times with some people that I know, younger people don't have as much experience. They've heard about the benefits of having a nonprofit. They're not as educated. And so they go about trying to develop a board by asking their friends and family members to be on the board. And then a lot of them come to me for consultation for business. And I'm like, which one are you going to develop? Are you going to spend your time developing your business, or are you going to spend your time developing your board? Because it is just futile trying to develop both at the same time.
That's true. You're right.
What are some good aspects to look for in a person that a new nonprofit is considering as a board member?
Well, you say when a new nonprofit is considered board, you want somebody who has expertise. Usually you are looking for people that you're already in relationship with. If you're doing a nonprofit, you already decided you're going to pull some people who are interested in the cause that you're going to do. And so you look for some people, not just necessarily friends, but people you can put on the board that technically, and I hate to say this, that you can pull from their expertise as free advice. Because of course, if they're a board member, they're going to give you advice and help you with expertise, where if you went to them personally, you have to pay them for a consultant fee. So you want to get people who are knowledgeable. That way, if they're knowledgeable on their board, they can give you free advice and help out. So you got to be savvy. You want to look for board members who have the ability to add some value to your business. If they're not adding value, what's the purpose? Like you said, just getting a friend, pulling together your wife and your son and your daughter, that's not helping you. You need to find some people who are willing to work with you, and that would be a part of your board, because you want to be able to pull from them. You're picking board members because they have some value that you need to pull from. This is value that you don't have to pay for.
So with 50 years plus of experience in your career field, it's got to be a good thing to look back on the legacy of what you've done to build your business. What are some of the accomplishments that you've done that keeps you moving forward with your legacy?
Well, I try to stay innovative, and that's very important. I try to stay ahead of my industry. I try to get all the tools to make it interesting. For instance, 20 years ago, I had 20 employees because we had to travel all over the country and do things. Today, I don't need that many employees because everything is computerized. I can have meetings like this where I'm Zooming, where I used to have to fly to a place, get a rental car, go to a meeting, be in the hotel, That's as much as 10 years ago. That's the only way I got around to do board meetings. Now I do board meetings online. So there's a lot now we can do because of technology that have helped the industry. I've put more into the technical piece than I do in the personnel piece because I'm not needing as many personnel because of the technical piece. There's so much you can do with technology. And now with AI, it's even more important. So we just try to stay ahead of the technology that can use and how to make your business more efficient so that the idea is to spend less and make more. That's business philosophy.
Spend less and make more. That means your income and your outcome, your accounting sheets, your financial sheets got to be balanced at some point, right?
Right, exactly.
Wow. Okay, so we're talking about finances, accounting, small business, nonprofits. What does a person need to do to become an accountant? Because you talked about bookkeepers, accountants, then I know there's CPAs. What is the difference between those for those young people who may be watching this looking to start their career fair in financial services? What's the difference between those ranges of aspects of career?
I'm glad you asked. Bookkeepers basically just keep the books. They're making sure that the income and expenses are in line. Now, I don't want to devalue that because an average bookkeeper now makes almost $100,000 a year. Bookkeeping there are a lot of schools that will take you through bookkeeping. You learn the basics of finance. You learn a little bit about how to put together a profit and loss statement, how to put together a balance sheet, how to manage the books. That's a bookkeeper. So they would do those kind of things to manage the books. That's very important. Accountant, on the other hand, takes it a little step further than the bookkeeping. And of course, they put it in accounting form. What an accountant is looking at is putting things in what we call GAAP form, generally accepted accounting principles. So there's much more than the bookkeeper who just throwing together numbers on a sheet, may make an Excel spreadsheet. The accountant has got to put it together into a better form. In the legal industry, for instance, you would have a lawyer, which is like a CPA. Certified public accountant is one who's become very certified at the top of their chart, just like a lawyer would be. And so they're able to do much more, and they're accountable for much more. And of course, the letters they produce on the financials determine how much they make. So we go through those three levels in finance: bookkeepers, accountants, and then CPAs. So we do the same thing there with lawyers, and you would have people who become people who just work with lawyers and do things like that. Same thing with bookkeepers, just work for the companies, and they're putting together numbers for the company for internal records. That's what you need a bookkeeper for. The better you have the internal records, the less money you're going to spend for the accountant. Because if the accountant has to do your bookkeeping, they're going to charge you by the hour and charge you for doing stuff that you should have already had done yourself. So years ago, when you give an accountant a whole box full of papers and figures and receipts, well, now you're asking him to be your bookkeeper. And so he's going to charge you, because all he's going to do is hire a bookkeeper and charge you that revenue to put together bookkeeping, because his job is accounting and not bookkeeping. So the bookkeeper gets what we call the trash work done, put everything together in some decent form so that by the time you give it to the accountant, you can pay less to the accountant because he doesn't have to do legwork.
Wow. What things did you have to do to make transition during the pandemic? I know that a lot of times during the pandemic, a lot of businesses decreased their workflows. They decreased their human asset, their pretty much their personnel. Did what happened during the pandemic affect you and your business?
It affected me in a very positive note because, for instance, I've been trying to get a lot of businesses that I have as clients to automate, and they were slow in coming off their desktop and putting stuff in the cloud. People had this scary thing about the cloud. Well, when the pandemic hit, they were forced to go to the cloud. So, which increased my business because my business was already cloud-based with my accounting. So when I linked them up, they could do things from home. They don't have to get to the office to do it. You don't have to deal with people. And they were more inept to get with programs that were cloud-based, and then I can manage them from the cloud, and then found out we can do business meetings on tools like Zoom and StreamYard and others. So it just increased my value with them, and they wound up, why didn't I do this years ago? Because you didn't see the need, or you saw the need to get to the office and then to fly me in, take me places. So I didn't have to do all those things then.
Dr. Goff, you celebrated a milestone birthday not long ago. What did you start counting on? Did you all have, like, I know when I was in school, we had TI-85s. They don't even have those anymore, I don't think. What was it that you started counting on, and how has the difference? Say it again.
Adding machines.
An adding machine.
Tick-tock add machine and pulling the lever down. But before that, I came along as a younger man with pencil and paper.
Wow.
We had to look at the paper and add the numbers up in our head. So we look at a paper. A good accountant was good at numbers. So you look at the paper and you can look down the line and you just add the numbers up. I was like a lot of old accountants. When we went to the ad machine, they didn't even want to deal with the paper on the ad machine. They were so used to doing it here, but then people got used to doing mechanical ad machines. And when the calculator came along, there were a lot of accountants that didn't even want to trust the calculator. They were still on the ad machine. So we went from all of those things to go from pen and paper, ad machines, calculators, and now we go through all kinds of things to get things going.
I remember you told me one day about how you had one of the first computers in your area. It took up like a whole lot of space in your office space. What was that like, getting a brand new computer back then compared to our little laptops and desktop things that we use now?
Well, in my office, we were deciding between, and you find this interesting, Xerox had a typewriter that self-correct, and this is back in 1985. They had a self-correcting typewriter, so you had to keep wasting paper to take stuff out and do whiteout. The typewriter was kind of like almost like a computerized typewriter. It had a little screen on the side, and a WYSIWYG screen, they called it. And it hooked to the side, but it was monochrome, hooked to the side of the typewriter. And you could look at the screen and type, and of course you could correct yourself from the screen instead of putting it on the paper. Well, that machine back then was like a $5,000-$6,000 investment in 1985.
Typewriter?
Typewriter. So the computers were just coming out, big monochrome computers. IBM, they had two large floppy drives. They were
You talking about monochrome with the white cursor or the green one?
The green one, the green cursor with the two 5 1/4 floppy drives. One was an operating disk, the other was a data disk, and you put that in the machine, and you work from there. Those machines initially were like $5,000 to $8,000. I paid $7,000 for one at a card shop. This card shop was selling those computers. I mean, actual greeting cards. They were selling those things. And this is back in 1985. I still remember it. And
a greeting card company. A greeting card company sold you a computer.
Yeah. and we were trying to decide whether to get the typewriter or the computer. The problem with the computer is that, of course, software wasn't developed yet. So you had to learn how to use computer language, Alpha and all, to try to create your own. We were using BASIC back then.
Were you using MS-DOS?
No, not DOS hadn't even created yet. It was BASIC. It was BASIC. We were using BASIC. And we had to try to figure out how to pull together. Access wasn't even created. Excel wasn't created. I remember the first spreadsheets with Lotus. We were trying to do Lotus. So
Lotus 1, 2, 3. I remember that.
Right. Lotus 1, 2, 3. You're too young to remember that.
I remember PFS First Choice.
Wow. Yep.
My parents always made sure that we had a computer in the house as I was growing up because they saw the importance of technology. And that's always something I remembered. I remember playing golf on the computer by hitting the space bar.
Yep, that's right. That's right. You played a golf game with space. Yeah, you way back. And I remember the CompuServe computers.
Yep. Yes, sir.
But
so where do you see accounting going now with AI? Do you think that the profession is going to phase itself out because now we can use more computers and technology? Or do you think there'll still be, those professionals in that area, that career field, that will still be necessary for business?
When people ask about what they should go into now, I said two things. First of all, I don't see it fading itself out. But you got to remember, with all this technology coming along, we need people who are going to service that technology. So you need to be going into engineering and think. These things are eliminating jobs for users, but creating jobs for technicians. So you got those two things involved. What the technology is doing is making the uses of technology easier. Just like any automation, we got factory automation, things that's going to technology on building cars or doing factory things. Machines have taken over to do things. You don't need as many personnel to do stuff, but somebody still need to fix those machines. Has everybody thought about the technicians need to be done now, not the users. Forget the users, let's move to the technician. I had a friend years ago, used to work at the bank, and she took check order in things at the bank by the branches calling in on the air machine at the corporate headquarters and leaving the information for the clients to get their check produced, leaving their check numbers and all the information on a voicemail. And she had to transcribe them off the air machines, the information to get check writing done. I said, you ain't gonna be doing that job too many more years. I said, the technology is changing. They were using a voice voice answer machines then. And different branches was calling in at the end of the day to these answer machines, giving their branch number, giving the client's information, and she had to transcribe it and then send it to the printing company. Well,
that's a whole lot of work.
It was, but that's how work was done then.
Wow.
I mean, what could you do? It wasn't automated. That was work done. it's like 6 guys pulling a wheelbarrow as compared to a horse pulling it, found the engine doing it. So technology changed as it went along, and you just got to be motivated. People think, I just turned 75 last year, and a lot of people wonder how I stay ahead of the game. I've always been a good thinker, so I'm always thinking of technology. I'm always trying to stay ahead with the latest things so I can keep myself innovative, so I don't lose behind the game. The people, you're talking about what's happening with accounting and finance and with legal things, the people who don't stay ahead of the technology lose out. Because if you don't learn how to use the tools or the software or the things that's innovative, you won't be able to stay ahead of the game. I have to know what my clients are using so I know what to use. I have to stay ahead of where they are. When they know this, I need to know this. So we proficient ourselves in several bookkeeping programs that our clients are using online so we can pull stuff from it and do our accounting. Well, we don't just learn one bookkeeping program. We learn other bookkeeping programs too. And we have a preferred one we'd rather our clients use, but it don't mean we don't know some of the others. We have to learn some of the others because people always got preferences. And so we learn how to operate through all those preferences so that we can do our job too. So for instance, I use a Mac and a PC because I need to know both formats. So I'm using Mac. I use for some things. The PC I use for some things. I got clients who are Mac clients, and I have clients who are PC clients. So I have to know which elements to work with them on. So it's very important.
This has been an amazing wealth of conversation. I really, really wanted to get into succession and estate planning. We just did not have enough time. We're going to have to do this again.
Right.
But I really appreciate you coming on the Black Business Network, sharing your knowledge and skill set with our listeners. Can you give everybody information about how they can reach out to you for any accounting needs? Maybe there's small business owners or nonprofit organization executives who need to reach out and get your knowledge.
Yeah, we have our site is dmgprofessional.com. And we're a national-based organization. We're not just, even though we land in North Carolina, my client base is nationwide. So I'm dealing with nonprofit businesses all over the country. dmgprofessional.com. If you go to our website, you'll get the information off of there. You can email us, you can call us, and we'd be glad to service you.
Go to dmgprofessional.com and Dr. Dennis Miles Goffin to take care of all your accounting needs. Thank you again so much, and we'll see you on the other side. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing, valuable conversation about accounting. If you're a Black business owner or if you're a corporate executive, I'm sure he shared some tips with you that can help you along the way. This is the Black Business Expo. The mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's on the bottom of the screen, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 deserving students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shawnee Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. My name is RJ Stevenson, the CEO of Creative Concepts Production and Design, located here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Thank you for watching the Black Business Expo. Please continue to watch. Our evening session is about to begin. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.